Let's go. Let's put this off a little bit. What kind of pictures do you got for us? The Opera House. Not how I remember the Opera House. Suppose the dead-eyed stare on her makes sense. Actually, one of the really important. Wow, there's a lot of art here. Good child. I can get with that. I was gonna look, do we have Siegfried drawing? There. Alright, well. Off we go. I enjoyed 5. See how much effort they put into this. Yeah. The challenge this time is to play vanilla with very scrunched together text. You have all this real estate here. Why? Why are we using this much? Also, hello, Inuxhook. Happy Friday. Final Fantasy Friday. That, we'll do... just like 4, I'll do my obligatory run of this. Immediately, I was gonna mention the scenery actually looks nice. You can see Narsh in the background. And then the characters immediately look terrible. It doesn't look like the colors match. Oh, I don't have to push. This is auto. I'm gonna miss all the swearing. In 3 minutes using Fire 1. And immediately, the pastel characters here don't match the nice scenery. The scenery, the guy who drew the art for the scenery seems to have showed up to work and did not talk to the person who colored the sprites. Apparently the scenery guy did this part, because this looks actually really good. Let's let them walk to let's let them walk to Narsh, see how that looks. So far, through 6 games, they still haven't fixed the text. So far, the soundtrack's pretty alright. Because this isn't a sprite. This is actually just moving background. The guy who did the background drew this. And it all matches. If it was a sprite guy, then these guys would be glowing neon. Yeah, I'm waiting for the credit roll to happen. That was a really artsy thing they did, where the march here had the credits going. Like it was a movie. Now I'm just no, this is, it is running at speed. The MTech armor is these metal gears are meant to be incredibly slow, and which would make you think that they would have a better system of deployment than walk. So that looked nice. It was boring, but it looked nice. And we're back to pastel colors. Don't waste time on the riffraff. I got it. They kept the original sprites for the... They kept the original pictures. You gotta appreciate that at all. Wait. Alright, well. No items. Alright, it's the exact same scene. Oh, she does start with 69 magic defense. That's alright. Knife. Let's get reaccustomed to the weird control scheme of this. Oh. There's no overall equip menu, but I can look at them. Yeah, let's, look what do we got here? Battle speed? The classic. You want scan lines? Got scan lines. Hey, give me... Thank you. Let's lower that a tad. Very bright. And we have 3,000 smackers to go. Oh, right. Auto sprinting. That battle was not quite long enough to... Well, here we go! Let's dash. Whoa! Oh, the 8-way movement that's in all these. Yeah, I can drift. Drift in your Magitech armor. I need to increase the speed of battle, because dang. If these guys weren't pastel colored, this would be alright so far. Avoid that fight, we don't need the experience. Woof woof. And the initial riff is not ear-piercing, so yeah, alright. It was Banisher. Hey, where's my attack laser? That looked pretty good. The beams look pretty good. If I can eventually look past how awful Taro looks and out of place she looks. Why is she You can't take the same sprites from Final Fantasy V, which is a happy, fun game, and then drop it into this melodrama where everything is darker and more serious. And yet they did. That did 0 damage. They must have changed the battle formula. Huh. Beams. Alright, so that's the button I put on that. Wait, can I run from this fight? All these fights are optional. We're gonna defend the mines. So we bugger off and they let us go? Why would they make that escapable? You wanna learn about, yeah, tell me about save points. I don't know why. I just feel like this doesn't look right. These rocks, they don't match the rest of the. This is like Stardew Valley texture. This is Final Fantasy VI texture. These don't match. Maybe that's meant to be like that so the miners can see where the doorways are. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to run away from Welcure. I'm definitely running from Ifrit and Shiva. There's no way they actually fixed any of this. They made the door too small. You can't get in. It was a mirror. Is this a racist thing? Ever heard of a lightning whelk? Apparently it's in a mirror. The boss music. This is pretty rockin'. I'm picturing like Weird Al playing this on the accordion. Whatever you do, whatever you do, don't attack the shell. Alright, Gabe, what do you got for me? Attack the shell. Okay. Rock. Well, we attack the shell again. Now, let's show off the... I was gonna say, let's show off the death scene now, but alright. Damn. Rock. Right, it sounds really cool. Like, they made it so Wedge, like, leans over in the Magitech. That's pretty great. Terra doesn't match at all. I did not think of a, oh, hello, Clive. How do you say that? Makaiju. I'll call you Makaiju, unless you have a better name. Alchemesque. I like it, it's good though. Damn. Oh. Oh, hey. I don't know everyone's Twitch handles. There we go, and now... I wanted to hear this tune. That actually sounds really good. I wanted to hear that tune, so this is the best place to do it. I like that. So far, the music has all been really nice. Wanted to hear the music. Let's go. Alright, now. Bandit. That is an OSHA-mandated, regular-ass minor game. Well, with this extra level, would be better. I got battle speed, please. There. All in all, music's really good so far. There's just so much real estate across the bottom of the screen not being used. Why are the words so tiny? What are you trying to put in this spot? We've got our health, we've got our mana, we've got the ATV. It's nice that it fits all three, but why is big so tiny? Go away. Do you think someone at this point has sat here yet and beaten the shell? So you're saying they just didn't care about the English translation at all? Because that's been a pretty common complaint throughout the entire Remaster series. Go get out of here. The head is melting differently than the shell. Is this a font for ants? Alright, moving on. If I just cover the screen, I'm having an okay time. I just don't look at these pastel characters. Yeah. I absolutely agree that this cash grab with minimal effort. Wonder if there's a Chivo for killing the shell. Like, that looks pretty cool. Why do they have to make her look like she's in watercolor? Harvest, what happened to your face? Locked. Oh wait, did I do this yet? There we go. Yeah, boxes and stuff. That's been in every one. I wonder. So when they released 5, the chests didn't match up to how many chests there were. Those were wrong. They had to fix it. I wonder if these are gonna be correct. Oh, I didn't think of a naming scheme. Got it. I know exactly what I'm naming everyone. Serious, yo. And then itty bitty font. Soulful sax, starting to get a little nice, and then itty bitty font. Enslaved by the Gestalian Empire. Alright, I have to type this in. Hold on. You've gotten to about Figaro? I heard someone had the game crash at the Moogle fight. Yeah. I mean, this fireplace looks pretty right. Achievo unlocked. It's defying woman. Right, can't get the sprint shoes. There's gonna be so many vanilla things I've forgotten about after Brave New World for years now. Spritzer. Alright, I'm not a fan of the name so far. Good job. Hey, do you think the boxes still get better over time? At least, you don't even have to hold A to win in this game. You just press X. You press X and you win. You input one command and do it for the rest of the game. You got this. It's over. The ground crash, everything but the sprites and the weird off color on the doorway. I wondered, to you guys who can see all the colors, does the doorway look weird? Oh, they really emphasize the feather in his hat. We drag that out for a bit, huh? Did I speed this fight up too? Yes. I can mess with the cutscene. You know what this could use? Aside from better pixels? Leo, are you alright? This could use a textless patch. Just get rid of all the bad letters. Oh, could you? Is dog here? No. Thought my dog's behind me. I don't know where he is. Oh, because just all. Ah. Boom, that mic. I met the girl. I grabbed the elixir. First thing I did was grab the elixir. Before I talked to Arvis. Oh good, all the sprites. None of them match the background at all. Awesome. Alright, the Moogles almost match. They're almost dark enough that they match and actually fit. Boopo. Take your time there, Moogle. Press the L button. I wouldn't have thought to do that. I would have been very confused. Like, why am I pressing L for this? Moglin. Margaret. Moggy. Music's pretty alright. Oh, first things first. Hey, give me your pants. Those are mine now. Mog, Molulu, Mogan, Moguel. Like Miguel, but Moguel. Mogsy, Mogwin, Mugmug, and Cosmog. The one that doesn't start with M. That button. Alright, let's go. Immediately go ahead and put that shield on. Break the game immediately. Let's go. Can I still do the thing? Oh my god, they move so slow! Oh, they've changed their path. Because of the different, Alright, I guess I have to fight my way through then. Because the scenery's back different. Alright, I can rob, Project Gender Swap. Oh. Alright, I can steal from animals again. Megalodoth. I miss NATB. These things all move so slow. I might have to actually halfway do the Battle of Narsh if they change the background enough that I can't just walk past. Alright, here's our chance. Desperation attack, go! And by then, I'm still gonna kick a party of 4 and just barrel to the end. Boss music. I wasn't expecting that, actually. Alright, take out his dogs. I don't know, I was kind of expecting them to keep it. Mogrin's very slow. Oh, Moglin! You okay? Alright. Brought that knife. Oops. Right, X is not X in this. But now I can go get another one. X is not X. X is actually any other button. The gamepad settings make no dang sense. X is actually Y. Like this is the Super Nintendo setup. It's just the buttons make no dang sense. The people who designed this have never seen a SNES controller. Yeah, which is dumb. There's no reason for that. Small bear, go. Oh, Molulu watches, or Mog watches. I could farm mithril knives if I cared. Hey, Faye. Hit him. This is what almost every boss fight is gonna boil down to. Twilight Requiem. What's wrong with Dusk, huh? Thanks, Moogles. Apparently, was it Fig saying that he'd be curious to try to see what it would take to get some of the good stuff from there over? I am liking the soundtrack so far. Like, everything but the characters looks good. Some man said it would come back. They drew a new sprite for this guy? Is there not an auto run button? No, I have to hold the button down, alright. Hey, Baboon. How you doing? Monster in a box! Oh, who would put a dog in a box? So mean. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Whoa. Oh, this is new to this version. Huh. They put like a real menu on underneath these. And I was kind of expecting anyone to be able to wear the You can equip right from the item menu. Wow. Okay, what button is B supposed to be? Oh wait, that's not B. Okay, that's okay. Square. Well, yeah, but I wasn't expecting that to be available at all. I was really expecting them to just kind of, yeah, we don't need that. Let's get rid of it. Sleeping bag. The heck's a sleeping bag? We're trying to save the world. There's no time to sleep. Sir. No, okay. Wonder if the Narsh stuff includes the World of Ruin stuff. I mean, that kind of looks nice, but it still has the weird, again, with the weird outline of rocks that don't match the texture of the surrounding stuff. They imported rocks for this. You can't dash on the overworld. Alright. Leaf Bunny. Oh, off you go. Give me all the gum pods. The sideways walk looks kinda goofy. That's the best you got, game? Okay, there's like... Alright, there's a few sprites in the background, like few frames. It's noodling a bit. Like, the crime rate is really low. Doot, 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 doot. Like, you got original walk up and down, and then long leg the left and right. I mean, she was a member of the Empire for quite a while. Halt! Oh, wait till BTB notices. The door is all made of iron. Okay. The difficulty for 6, which was not there? Oh, no. We're good. Very interesting designs on the doors. It's probably gonna still give me a free auto crossbow, so I'll just go ahead and take these two. It sounds good. I do like, this is a great theme. What have they done to you, Edgar? Why are you so cut pastel? Who are you? Imperial ally and champion of the technological revolution. I feel like Locke's chest doesn't have enough detail. Edgar has too much detail. We're all Chad. Chadger. So cheesy. Nice. Sneak an umlaut in there. Chad. For those who aren't getting the joke, because he hasn't seemed to have noticed yet. No, I won't mention it until he notices. The non-Chad. Umaro. The King of Figaro. Not particularly creative. He had twin boys. He named them Chad and Chad. So in the original, he's labeled as youth. And so, since I played this when I was like a small child, I thought his name, canonically, was Youth. And I was like, what is Sabin? No, his name's Youth. But I didn't know youth meant young person when I was a kid. They drew the background so well. It feels like the person who drew the set was really nice. Why is this the only light that's on? Oh, wait, up there is lit up too. Yeah. Well, there wasn't many named people in one, so I would say it wasn't egregious in one. cartoon. Oh no. Oh no. They kept the audio. They didn't get rid of his scream. Or his laugh. Scream, his laugh. Everyone is just so colorful in this. It's gross. Yep, you still get the free auto crossbow, despite the game allowing you to buy it 2 seconds ago. What a rude game. Oh wait, I can just ignore these guys? Yeah, I can just ignore them. Alright. Oh no, he laughs. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Edgar looks terrible. Take her to her room. See ya, sucker! Oh, no! Dang it! Oh, wait! Locke started walking back up. And I knocked him off the stairwell. Where are there 5 more treasures in Figaro Castle? I guess they're counting the basement? They've got to be counting the basement. Because then that one item would be the Soul Saber. I don't know, why wouldn't they count that as a separate area? The sideway walk. It's such a long steps. What? The fire. So the fire matches depicts the sprites. The fire does not match the background. I was kind of hoping the birds would match the background and not the sprites. Yeah. Alright, as Kefka walks through the fire, the fire looks like it matches the colorful sprites and not the background. It doesn't look like threatening fire. Looks kind of like a firefly. A lightning bug, if you will. Oh, how can we make Figaro Drift happen? Land there, spread eagle. Long, Kefka. It's taken them so long to reach us. It was so choppy trying to get to us. Ah, the Magic Laser looked good. Yeah, it's like, I'm coming. Alright, we gotta see this. What's the matter? Why does this font look better? Why does this font look better than all the rest of it? Oh, it didn't proceed the MAGIC. Your name was Chad, right? They did seem to have kept the exact same enemy sprites. Beam. Dead. Well, automatic. Off you go. Done trying to be diplomatic. The game just chugged real hard. I was like, oh. What? The bird looks so bad. It's so choppy. Son of a sandworm. Son of a sandworm. Beetlejuice. 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 He hasn't said anything yet. Magic. Just... Why does the bird movement look so bad? Tara, don't put your hand in the bird's eye. It's gonna buck you off. And then claw you to death. What? That did a weird thing to start with, where it was facing me. Oh, it gives kind of like a curvature to the map. It's such a tiny opening for the bird. That 1 frame per second getting off of the bird. I mean, I just wasn't expecting it. Bird. How are they making this all... a healthy looking breakfast. Sounds alright. I like it. Rock. Remember guys, these boxes will be better later. There's so much unused real estate in this battlefield. Oh good, it's not just me. Because I have issues with browns too, like with colors, so it's not just me that doesn't like the way. You know what? This is a nice feature that they kept from 4. One of the few things that are good from 4. Who looks the least bad? I guess since you're only like 3 colors, I'll go with you. But you don't need to see where the entryways are, really, because you have the mini-map in every room. Even if you don't know where you're going, it's there for you. Crime rates are really low in this. Speaking of buttholes, excuse you, sir. 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 Alright, how much faster will it let me go? Alright, never have to buy those again, never to buy these again. The long con. I was waiting for you to notice. I think these chests also get better with time. But I don't care. It doesn't change really worth it. I prefer not to ever have to come back here later, so... Okay, with the sprint shoes, we move a little quickly now. And what can you even buy in vanilla? A great sword. That sword seems to be okay. Or fine. It's fine. Did a low-level, no-equipment run of this game 10,000 years ago. In case I goof, in case I faff about, I will take any bird. I'll take a bird feather. There you go. We're done. Moving on. I think vanilla lets you get all of the stuff right away. Oh god. I can't grab that right away. That's hell. Or can I just walk right? Do I not need that? Can I just walk downstairs? Oh, does it? That's such a gross loop. It doesn't loop well at all. It just cuts off. Wait, this is no longer hidden. What is this, Final Fantasy 6 for babies? Boost strength. Yeah, he moves so fast. Did they leave this one empty? They did. For whatever reason, that one is left empty. That leaves... Oh, still... Oh, I guess they count the downstairs boxes. Okay, sure. That makes sense. Sure. Which is why... anyone out there not getting the gag, BTB here, the creator of Brave New World, he's a Chad. Yeah, it lets you do all this much stuff your first pass here. Oh. Do I go? Oh, I'm definitely going for the Celis skip. We're going for Kutan, guys. When we get there. And in no world does Shadow survive. It's not even a joke. Speedrun go! Literal speedrun. At least they disabled it on the world map. Chad lured poisoner. Yeah, don't like that. Like, it would probably look fine, like the lead up. I like this. This is good music. The music has not failed yet. Yosh acquired. Does anyone want to venture a guess as to whether evade does anything? Zagrem. I still get a headband. Yeah, but that doesn't... Wasn't this built, like, from the ground up? So they... I don't see them putting enough effort into this to actually have fixed any of the rest of it. Like, anything they could. I was really confused why Chad's glowing red until I had to think about that. That's haste. You know what? Strength probably doesn't do anything, so, Power Glove. Whatever it's called in the original. There, if you do ever punch, be ready to punch hard. It would take a special kind of feeling. I think you underestimate Squaresoft sometimes. Like, this game is no longer... wait, I could do this. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Now the game is no longer press A to win. I no longer have to push a button. Hands off. It's automatic. Besides, we have auto crime going. That flower's a nice touch. Hello, Patho. Patho. Flower looks nice. Syrupus. It's a nice looking background. It tells you if it has dog block? Can you imagine a permanent status? It won't ever go away. Second floor. Yeah, so biggest glove outperforming the Hyper Wrist. Achievo unlocked. Thrifty Spender. Okay. Well, I imagine it was in the original then too, right? Like, the ones who had it. That would be in Brave New World. Something about the bridge. I like this. That looks nice. And I do like the mini-map actually, like, looks like the rest of this. I'm gonna keep pausing and be like, wait, where's my red save point? Right, sleeping bag. This is a thing. Oh, wait, you can just do this. Alright, Chad, give up the star pendant, please. Chad, take the star pendant. Thank you. Put your Gear Glove on, and there we go. Unlimited antidotes and eye drops for all. It was an evasion penalty for having life 3. We don't want to write code. Let's just copy paste it from the SNES. Good enough. Okay. They made Vargas look enough on the overworld like Shadow that I never saw the, I didn't see the similarities in SNES. This makes a little more sense. Right, give me the star pendant. You take the star pendant. Take your hyper wrist. Take the star pendant. Boy, one more set of plants for the road. At least it's super quick to do that. All right. Everybody has. Oh, it's not even tonic here. Potions. So I missed my review screen. I want to see everyone's equipment at once, please. Gosh darn it. Chad sent you. Yeah, without even looking at it, you just type it all out. Off you go. Alright, hands off. Oh, a high potion from the burr. Alright. Nice. 169, baby. Oh, just a potion from Vargas? In the original, didn't you get at least a claw or something? Oh, battle's over. Why does this text suddenly look better? Why isn't this the way the text always looks? Why is Blizzard Fist all the way on the left? Put it in the middle. That violinist is going ham. Ah, Chad. Alright, how does Blitz work? Yeah, I'm back to tiny, tiny font again. What? I don't understand. Oh, what's the matter? Damn. Oh, wait. Huh? It is gonna mess me up that I don't know what these, what the letter, the number, those are letters. There we are. Didn't I just do that? Wait, what's going on? Do it again? You did it before before we told you to do it. It didn't count. Game, please. I use the move. Oh. The shadows coming back, just kind of shaking and fading in. That looked terrible. The clouds didn't load in at first. Cyber Mountains. So we start off with 3 blitzes. It doesn't. It tells I did it, and then it told me to do it. Alright. I do appreciate that they didn't redraw any of these. There's no way they could have done any better. Alright, his abilities. Raging Fist. Aura Cannon. Meteor Strike. And nothing can be Meteor Strike. And that is a complete Mount Colts. Alright, moving on. Alright. Unseelie. Oh, it's still on auto. Whatever. Off you go. It auto inputs the blitzes, so, sure. Have fun. Challenge? Complexity? Combos? Alright, they took away the man walking, so you can no longer get soft locked here. That's nice. Oh, I wonder if slots, if you get a result on slots and hit auto, if it will give you the same result every time. I only have to roll bar once and then just hit auto, and there we go. Ride. It took a while to load that lie. It was P. Ride. Well, it sounds like I'm gonna be using a bit of Setzer then. Someone you love was jailed by the Empire. Ooh. I mean, that plot point's dropped immediately after this. Air knife. But he doesn't know her yet. The item we get. The item we get from. Wait, there's an item to get at Duncan's cabin? Oh, later. The bum rush. Later. Shivo unlocked. Oh, that makes sense. Why is the item we about to get from Bannon not on the list? Don't tell him I said that. He'll turn red as a tomato. In case I accidentally select the gauntlet. Oh, you think it's like a... It was one of those things where they had to, what did he say? Censor it. No. You guys, you want a gauntlet, or do you want the Genji glove? No. But they could put another item on the thing, because you get one or the other way. No. We're not gonna find out. If I can help it, we are not getting Celis. We will Kutan our way. These wounds, they're horrific. Yeah. Just fought some bears. The mastodons in the cave. It's poisoned. Should have unequipped luck. I don't trust this game. Didn't have done that for me. Thanks for the Genji glove. Default unlocked. Prevailing hope. Yeah, it wasn't an item. I guess the one item is the bum rush. Later. Bannon, the Oracle. Bannon and his dirty undies. Sure. Enjoy. I don't care. Can't Genji glove, you only have one claw. Wait, why would it... Do not put these guys back in the front row. Game, stop that. It put everyone back in the front row. No, bad game. Stop that. Do not touch my formation. What's wrong with you? Oh wait, does he wear... Hold on. Hey, you wear shields in this. That's weird. Oh, that's really weird that you wear shields in this. It does that a lot. Oh, I gotta keep an eye out for that. The Leth River. So now everyone can very easily do, that trick where you tape down, where you use a coin to tape down the A button. And just go in a circle. Yeah, defend. You don't need your help. Pray. And off you go. Oh my god, why does the river go so... Everything else goes so fast, but this, we're just drifting. Alright, well, have fun. Yeah, we're sailing against the current here. Or we're turned around. Oh, wait. Huh. Good job, Bannon. Water's going the wrong way in battle. No music here or anything. Just... makes thrilling gameplay. Well, off we go then. I literally don't even have to press A to win. And the game is automatically doing it for me. I might be able to fight Ultros exactly like this since we have Prey. Yes. Bannon, that motorboating son of a bee. I do like that about Final Fantasy 12. That was my favorite part of the stream I did of playing Final Fantasy 12. The gambit system's really nice. You still get a say in your fighting. You still get all this and all. It's nice. And you felt rewarded for engaging with the system. $18 damage. Oh, why are you so zoomed in? Oh. Oh, look, in case you didn't have a tent. There's a healing pot here. That's awfully polite, actually. I wouldn't expect that from this game. Yeah. Kefka and Nart, like, during the fight? Well, our plan for Kefka and Nart, I'm gonna put, 4 people in the party and just run straight to Kefka, plowing through everything in our path. Oh, does that mean Cyan's sword tech? You pick one once, and then hit auto, and he'll skip the charging up, and just pick that one you did, and just throw that at the enemy. Because in vanilla, the only way to make Cyan particularly useful was to have him in a party with 3 berserkers. You did. But I wouldn't expect these people to care but if you're being nice or not. Alright, so I just changed one thing. You're up the creek without a paddle, and I'm not gonna let you through! That made me a bad octopus? I gotta change Chad to fire. Alright, there we go. Off you go. That one was a tasty morsel. Low to get my tentacles around her. Ow. Youch! Seafood soup is not on the menu. Youch! Haha. Ball blind. Muscleheads? Hide him! By the skin of his teeth. Yeah, we would be getting... So Ultros is chasing us down. Alright, let's see if blitzes can miss. Wait, what? Okay. Don't even press A to win. Don't even press A to win. Just, let it go. Get out of my way, Chad. I mean, clearly there was no room in the box to put the speaker's name. The font was way too... But why is this screen so scrunched up together? Moogle. Moogle. Oh, I can't touch this Moogle. This isn't Mog. This is an actual Mog. I can't touch you. Huh. How about that? Where am I? I'm in the void. Look at the map. Current location, right here. Brandon, Brian, Chad, and Chad. Peculiar. Oh, it put me in the front row again! Wait, Chad, why are you defending? I totally told you to use fire against Ultros. Inuksuk did point out, though, that the water's going the wrong way. That's not what I had you doing last, Chad. Please autocorrect me. I wonder what the design choice was. They're just having very soft water sounds and nothing else. Yeah, but it's so soft. Like, it's loud enough in vanilla that it sounds like that's the sound effect. Oh, I did soften it. Like, because this is still loud. I did soften it. Wait, guys, we gotta check something. Hold on. Oh, we're gonna be right back. Do you place your bets? Did they draw abandoned on a Chocobo sprite? Or is this about to explode? They would have looked at the original sprite sheets and said, there wasn't abandoned on a Chocobo sprite, so let's not bother drawing one. One of these bird stables has an item. Just never remember which one. Oh, they drew it. I kind of expected... What was that? Ugh. It's not the sound of bird mix. Oh. Ocean sickness mallard. God, maneuvering with the bird is hard. God. It's spelling Chocobo. C-H-O. Out of Floyd and Raiders. Techno Bird. Oh, wait. What's... Look at this! I pressed L1 on my PS2 controller, and now, drift your bird. You could choose not to do, mode 7. And you still jump off at 1 frame per second. Frames per second. Off we go. Chocobo drift. Oh wait, do any of these guys poison you? No, that wouldn't still be here. Any ban in poison won't do anything here, I'm sure. There's room for them to make their own characters. Which, if there is, what would happen with Celis if I could skip her? Imagine it wouldn't be defaulting to Bhutan. Oh, none of them were moving. I was like, They're all on the same movement path, so none of them were moving at first. Now, did they make this not trash in any version? I mean, it has a beta. That's okay. The item is Torada. Oh, right, these. Eh. They can follow a rare. I'm curious what the fight was, though. Oh well. I don't trust this. This game did not unequip, so yeah, I'll do it myself. We've got him surrounded. Harvest is looking. I swear I put an elixir in here somewhere. Did Uematsu have to do with this? Well, digas at Eddie Gray. A fedora and a trench coat. My name. Oh, how about that? Number 2 is Locke. Alright, now, tell me that soldier moves. Tell me that soldier move. Yes! Alright, there's hope. Alright, here we go. Yep, it did not unequip him. Rude as hell. Alright, so first thing to do. Grab the merchant clothes. Thought this was guaranteed. Alright, here's a hat. And his clothes. Here we go. A little tight, but the price is right. Goodbye. That hat's better, right? Yeah. Give him 69 magic defense. Alright. Let's see if we can do it. Can we do the move? Out there. Alright. Oh wait, I have zoom. That will probably help too. If I can get him out of the way. I do. I had to be zoomed. I have to be moving. Okay. That's the plan. Ugh. Usually, in normal, as you exit the menu, if you're holding up, you'll run right past him. Just let me through! Let me through! Is it possible they have considered this? That... This looks so dumb! The long steps. In SNES is the as long as he's like one tile ahead of you, and you have the menu open, as you let go, if you have sprint shoes on, you'll walk past him. And that still works in Brave New World 1.0. This may not be doable. They may have considered this. Well, let's see if I can do the other part. There is something else you can do. We are zipping, Baboon. Let me through. Alright. This is a layering issue. Which is still here. Yes! Alright, we can skip the green soldier entirely. Took a hat. And his pants! Changed from merchant to merchant. I'm gonna catch up to you, Baboon. Here we go! Yes, I was gonna skip Celis, but that's not one of the NPCs I seem to be able to phase through. Ignore that. Can you put an MB? That house is. Press that, you're not getting through. Alright, what is the secret what's the password? Password is Rosebud. No. He's at me. I had to pause buffer it. What's PB? Ah. I used to play a lot of hacks of this. There was one that I enjoyed. I think it was like the JT3000 or whatever. It let Gao use claws, which made him absolutely insane. It was not balanced for that at all. He soloed the entire game in a kind of weird hack. Courage? Alright. I don't remember what it is. Who play? I haven't done. I don't do. When you play vanilla, you don't do this scenario. You just leave. Go in the back door if you want to grab Celis. Grab her that way. Already grabbed all this treasure. I don't remember if rages were changed. This was college. This was 2007, 2008. JCT 3000, something like that. No. There's no chains. He's just standing there. Not have ever truly known the woman beneath the guise. The mighty Chad has fallen. They took out all the punching. So that part makes no sense. The doorways look nice. All the doorways have looked nice, like fadeaways. I would say I don't like the drawing of Celis. It looks different. Maybe I prefer more pixelated, crunched up ones so my imagination can fill in the gaps. Alright, Rune Knight Chad, welcome. Rune Knight Chad, who will be doing no Rune Knight stuff. Sure, just wear all this. Hey, you put on. Actually, that's a good idea. You wear the sprint shoes. You have things to do here. Oh, I wonder if I can still do that trick. No, I can't because this takes place immediately. Never mind. There's a trick you can do in vanilla on the SNES at Vector. Since it didn't change your equipment until you left the menu, if you stayed in the menu as the timer ran down, then it couldn't change your stuff. So for the next little while, you could walk around with whatever setup you wanted. Put them as a speed demon. The whole game's a speed demon. Leave the chocobo suit on. Mumble, mumble. Double gauche. Oh, and if you do die in a game, all the other Pixel remasters, there was no penalty for failure. You go back to the same, it auto-saves every time you enter a room. Something like that. all the other Pixel remasters do that. The only time I liked here was just to yeah, the game is not meant to be difficult. The map's right there. To put him in the back row, I'm just gonna leave him on auto crime. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, Regal Cutlass. A great sword. It showed. Yeah, it did. It did. I definitely did that in 5, because that's how I learned where anything was. That, and I had. Oh, I also had Thief. That could have been part of the Thief class, actually. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was in 3. Heck, who plays 3 enough to know all those paths? Vector Hound. Yeah, the Pixel remasters. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. No, definitely not in the original. I'm just so used to Brave New World, I'm like, man, we have a lot of health already. Yeah, that's it's letting me do these things and just leave on auto crime and just go. And I'll take that ribbon, thank you very much. The ribbon, which is not a hat. The ribbon, which is a relic. That's the main reason that I always chose to do this one first, because that meant Sabin's crew had the ribbon for the train. Didn't mean anything because you could auto kill the train, but why are you helping me? Well, why are you helping me? He looks down at her breasts and back up. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Lock, please. I said no, it kicks you out of the bed. Rest if I want to. I don't have to tell you what I'm doing. This is second one. I always go Raft, Lock, Sabin. Save the longest one for last. I'm just going to unequip everyone for the boss fight and snap the Thunder Rod. Yeah. I think the scenarios are poorly thought out, because this one is relatively short and the Bannon's one is non-existent. Like, you're playing a cutscene, more or less. Acro fees. Go grab that Thunder Rod. Well, Sabin's is like 8 times the length of all of these. Okay, that's if you wait till now to open it, you still get the Thunder Rod. Would have given them major props if they decided to let your wizard character here wear the rod. Nice. The steal rate in this is pretty bad. Chivo unlocked. Field research. Basic. I think the Chivos just called me a basic B. Alright, let's unequip everyone. You can get basic sword. Yeah, take a mithril sword. Whatever. And no one in his scenario uses knives. Correct. Game, please. Where do you get a second? I'm trying to remember where you get a second Guardian in Vanilla. It's been so long since I played Vanilla. Yeah, but that is a rare. Oh, interesting. Oh no, subtle armor. If it hits us with magic. Blah blah blah. You can get an air lance set from him. Or we. GG. Here's a scenario. Kupo. A dire fate has befallen Chad. Yeah, you have to Runic at least once. Like you made me do with that. Alright. I did not get a second claw yet. Just in case. Give me even numbers of everything, please. Alright, we're good. I want to hear this music. I only have one knuckle. There we go. How am I gonna do diagonals on a PS2 controller? How would anyone playing this on keyboard do diagonals? Okay, that's not changed? Okay. It still doesn't actually check. Alright, cool. Let's go. Or I can just not get into any encounters the entire way. Well, that'll work. Off you go then. And I'm so used to this being like the worst tuned section of Brave New World for so many runs. Then you get this section. Understands you're alone. Not make the enemies rough. You're either alone with Chad or you're dragging a dead Chad with you. I mean, this just initial walk to the everything post the camp here is fine. Yeah, look at that. Evade works. He's got 22% evade, and that's apparently all you need. Soldier A and Soldier B. Oh my god, if they steal the Soldier A joke for this, I will die. I'll suddenly love this if they put that in here. Just one guy in charge of dialogue tossed it in. You guys may hear the occasional squeak of the dog toy. I did not like the intro to that at all. What was that? Bruh, take a breath before you start playing this, before the conductor says go. Now, Chad. Does not lower your speed. Oh, speed's not on it. Oh, that's agility. Right. Been playing too much of a better game. Take a boat. Oh wait. What if you Genji Glove? No. Why did they leave in the kanji? Why would you leave the kanji? Yeah, but... there's no other Japanese in this game. Half a single enemy's HP and cause sap. Huh. Well, we have this section here where Chad says he's going to fell the enemy commander, but doesn't. Turns out he doesn't understand the ranks of the enemy soldiers. So, are you the leader? You the leader. It just charges up like a spell. All right. Cool. Oh, you get nothing for this. Never mind. Ready thy axe. So in vanilla, there's actually a rare, the common drop for that enemy is the black belt. You could get a rare drop of a Phoenix down instead, and that's ass. You could be denied the black belt. Stop putting me in the front row. Game. Leave my rows alone. I'm in a box. Alright, this. It's happened. I had that happen. I used to speedrun Final Fantasy VI. I had that happen on a speedrun. That sucks. No. No, this is your only chance. Hey, can we order some sunblock for Leo? Is Leo supposed to be a blonde hair black guy? I don't, why is it? Blonde? Is this Demolition Man? What's going on? Oh, it's Japan. They don't know what black people look like. Oh, okay. Well, he's not explicit. He's just dark, kind of dark skinned in the original. Yeah. His sprite's white, but his picture is just ever so slightly dark. Youch. Defco, wait. Did they do it? Wait, he says. Do I look like a waiter? It's there. Now let's get me a Telstar. Oh wait, the ribbon. There you go. Hadouken! Berserk me, I have a ribbon. And because it's way too tedious, I can just, there you go. Normally in vanilla, if you use a blitz on him, he counters with Berserk. So you can't do blitz again. But if you do the Loxit area first, you can get a ribbon. And ignore that part. What's up here in vanilla? I forget. A barrier ring. You can get a Mithril Glove and a barrier ring right in the same place. You're the SOS, right? Yeah. Wait. Hadouken! Like looking at the rest of this map, like the water at with all their remasters, the water looks really nice. I guess this is the charging station. I've never actually noticed these things being attached. I guess that's what we're supposedly just fought. Yeah. I've been streaming a lot of Dice and Spear program lately. Just Factorio, but better. I'm doing my nails. You know, this game is not requiring me to even press buttons at this point. Now that I get hands off blitzing. Sir Chad. Okay, they have an opportunity here to actually make the water look weird. Do they take it? They remove punching Celis, but leave in the genocide of everyone falling down. That's rude to make Sir Chad's outline purple. Best of luck, BTB. What is SMZ? Forgive me, Chad. I really don't like the intro to Doma Castle. Elaine. Elaine. Owain. See, as a kid, this sprite made me feel like he got imped. Because it did not look particularly nice. When he dragged the child corpse out of the bed. I always thought he was imped. I was like, well, that's weird. Scarlet, Violet. Get him, Chad. Bolt does look pretty nice. No mercy for thee. No mercy from me. What's a Chad gotta do to get a second claw around here? What if? Okay. If I do that, everything drops to like 1 frame a second. Interrupting the battle makes the frame rate very upset. They couldn't even recreate the smoothness of the SNES. I do appreciate you guys all know me well enough that no one's surprised that I left Shadow behind. Bust out. Stop putting me in the front row! Oh, this game, man. Oh, okay, with sprint shoes, the armors go so fast. Man, the whole opening crawl doesn't make any sense when you're like that. Oh, hi. Is that guy there in vanilla? I don't think I've ever turned around. I couldn't farm high potions? No. Okay. Zoom! It's dumb, but it's... how fast that goes. Alright. Fortunately, I have a lot of downtime during this game because there's a lot of not needing me. No experience in these fights. May have shooken up my can by accident. Well, we're going to the forest. We don't need our giant death machines. You know what? Out of all the characters, from this angle, Cyan looks pretty much the same. Not from this angle. We get to see more of the goofy sideways walk animation. These boots were made for walking. Oh, you see the tray in the background. That's nice. I like that. Yeah, the background designer. Apparently this person was well paid. Was really happy to work on this project. They just didn't show their work to the sprites guy. Or gal. A little communication would have gone a long way here. Phantom train. Well, I know. Yeah, you know. You told me it's a Phantom train before he did. Yeah, we're experiencing Brave New World levels of back attacks here. Sure. Welcome, Ghost. Nothing but a lit ring. Welcome. The hidden tent is just an item flashing on the ground. How about that? And grab a second ghost. You're more helpful than Shadow. Let's go. 5 more. We blend in. It looks so silly. Pretty good animation for gravity. Uh, Alright, this is the mandatory. Gotta take one step in first. 2 steps in. Oh, the 2 ghosts we got are very different, actually. The 257, the 122. Dancing Flame ruined him. No, escape. Everything moves so slow. The end of that. Oh, they kept that, your, if the ghost dies in a battle, it disappears. Oh man, I can't wait to learn Bomb with Gao. We did it. We broke 1,000 damage. Way to go, Chad. Dual earrings on Chad. Real good. Hold it right there. On guard. Thanks for the warning. And a green cherry one. Au revoir. Not a place roll. 1,000 damage. Four boxes, and we are done here. Pasta! Whatever will I do? Ow. And because this is a game for babies, I wanted to show this off. If you die, you literally just respawn right where you were. Right at the start of the area. It auto-saves every battle. That's how you... That's how the game... Just a good... little warm-up. Saves are completely unnecessary in this. Suppose you might want a tent or every now and then, but... Blue. Red. Right, supposed to put the ribbon on. We can't both be disabled. Oh well. Or you don't open with the two. We're not even running on the track. What? Oh, there's a whole list of them. Alright. Fly faster. Did not even think about suplexing the train. Moving on. Rather not see these the blur pixel here zipping about any more necessary. You show me this, I'd be like, oh man, this looks great. And then the sprites appear, and I'm like, and I immediately take that back. Like, that's a neat, like, cloud effect. The train looks nice. And then they appear. It switches the music back to this? Keep practicing with my sword. Like, why would it switch back to the train theme? This is where you keep the music going, so it sounds more dramatic that his family's soul is freaking game, man. Oh, I had to talk to him to end the scene. It wasn't timed anymore. Oh, look at the nice rainbow. If you could take the characters off of the screen, this would look really nice. And off you go. Have fun. Go beat up some fish. Good day, Rosopas. Oh, is he gonna give me the Nino? Nope. No Nino, he dies in 3 hits. What is this? What is this? Oh, your head is gone. Oh, there it is. Okay, it just blends in. I can't see shades of green. Like, well, so, yeah. That's not on the game. That's on me. If his hair is green, so is the background. Not, his hair will just be gone. Who are you? We'll come back to the wonderful sounds of the belt soon enough. For now, we have some tedium to do. Need a second claw, please. Why do you mean I don't have any equipped? What am I wearing? Oh. Okay, true. You're right. Carry on. Here is an empty stomach. Children, please. Let's get us a Tintin bar. Bend it. Just buy white capes. Remember, you do not have to do anything fancy to get the postage to send. Just open up a shop menu. $5 to send a record. Wonder what the developer intended flag was to get time to pass. Send a potion for 500. Like, how about you send her just? How about you just send her 500 gil and she can buy all the potions she needs? Man, this guy was catfishing his girl before he even died. You know, that would actually make sense as to why she didn't question his handwriting later. Since he was writing letters for her, you could say it was Cyan writing the letter, all we want here. Alright, gotta pop open the menu, right. I never thought about that before. Why she wouldn't question the handwriting, but... Or how we would know it is his handwriting later. How about that? A little consistency in the story. And we're done. Tintinabalum. Tintinabalum. It's a bell. Or a cat bell around your neck. You feel better. No. Alright. Small child. Come to me. I'm really digging this belt too now. No! Why? Game! Why would you still execute the move that's already been inputted? What do you think, Dog? Well, ridiculous, right? Why don't they just stop everything? It fades away to go to a cutscene land. the in-battle engine can't handle the cutscene. A peculiar child. I am Chad. This is Sir Chad. You Chad. You Chad. This moves so slow. What is this? They're just... they're skipping. Okay, better. Ugh. I don't like the way you look at all, Kappa. Now, child. Alright, let's grab a couple of rages. Let's at least look for the couple we'll actually use. That is not you. I will toss the child away. Have fun. Oh right, it ends the battle. Okay. for sure. Say. That was dumb. Okay. A Genji glove and my Gigas glove. Oh, I forgot that Child has a lot of... Child isn't constrained by HP in this version. Rock. Heck if I remember what any of these rages do. We're looking for Cat and Bomb. I didn't actually see Cat, so we'll come back for Cat later. I just need to find Bomb. Welcome back, Child. Need to find Bomb. We'll come back for Cat later. May as well. Wow. I guess I could try out rages. See if any of these are any good. Or just find the one I'm looking for. Oh, there's Cat. I did run into a Cat. Oh right, yeah, the one fight that Chad did all by himself before the camp. And if they kept Cat Scratch the way it was, then Yao is complete. Oh, no Child. Oh, maybe next fight. Chad, no! Stupid game. It's supposed to stop all acute actions. There. Child. Now I'm satisfied. Okay. Let's put you back. Take your earrings. I would like bomb, but we're good. We move on. I was giving it one more chance for bomb. Oh well, we'll be back. This is the child's litter box. Right now he's just dragging his booty along the ground looking for the right spot. None of these don't count as items. How about that? I mean, I'm gonna get this anyway, even though they didn't bother making this as actually the items you get in here. It's a potion. You could lose 500 bucks up here. They look quite rapid. Besides, down here is one of the better non-stray cat rages. Aspic. After Narsh, you can come back here and get it and destroy Ultros in like one hit. It uses Gigavolt. I guess I could have healed before coming down here. Yeah, that little boy up top. I'm thinking Gao is actually just using the fight command until I tell him to actually do a rage. Auto battle is a weird creature. Give me a green beret, please. There's that second one. I'm not gonna remember most of the vanilla treasures anymore at this point. Off you go then. You got this, Chad. No one's wearing the sprint shoes. That's alright at the moment. Sprint shoes move quite fast. Now Cyan has less health than the child. Oh no, Kefka poisoned the entire ocean. It's all purple now. Oh no, it's fine. There is one treasure to be had. That's in the elixir block. Here. 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 So in this version, I'm feeling be able to plow through the game. Pretty good with pretty happy with these three. Auto input 7, it's pretty good. And who else? I guess we could bring both the brothers. It's not like Prime is going to be particularly helpful here. Yeah, the brothers. Yeah, Edgar would give me a crowd wipe. Wow, he shouts his own name, not Gao. That's a nice touch. No, he shouts Chad. Chad here is one of the Empire's generals. Chad, here, Sir Chad, step aside. The infamous General Chad. Wait. Chad will protect her. Chad, you haven't gotten over that, have you? Chad was also an Imperial general. After the last time we were invaded, we now have lookouts. We can see me coming as far as Figaro. That is a complicated past. Oh, the slowdown. Oh, the game. I can't handle this walking sequence. There's too much happening at once. Smoke and sprites moving? Alright, this without the smoke, this is going a little easier. That beat's really good. No. Are you able to love anyone? Are you mocking me? Well, so much for my next suggestion. I'm ready. That's what Edgar said a moment ago. They're both just trying to spit game at her and... Oh, 3 parties, right, I forgot that. That's a thing. Alright, well. Child. Chad. Chad, and Chad. And over here, Chad. And, Chad. And then over here, Chad. Yeah. Here they come. Zoom. I might still be able to do this if they haven't changed the, if they haven't changed the direction that they walk. That's what I was going for. Enjoy. Let's see. If no one walked towards me, they have the same script. What a lazy. Lazy. They didn't change the walk pattern. There we go, right to it. Point me. Alright, just tell everyone what to do, and then off they go. Cat scratch missed? Oh well. Go get him, guys. I'm here for moral support. Cat scratch missed again? I'm thinking Cat Scratch doesn't do damage, then, huh? It's whiffed 4 times. Cat Scratch is definitely trying to do a, status effect. No, Chad's just missed every attack. Maybe Kefka's really dodgy. I mean, he has no health, it's still not a fight. The game has there's no difficulty curve in this. But yeah, Gao missed every attack. Maybe Cat Scratch has terrible accuracy. I need to put on a sniper sight. And I can fly Terra to Vector. Chad and the Esper. They kept the original sound effect. I don't have control. She's just taking her sweet time moving around the map. If there's any real reason to bring crime to Crime Town in this. Still not counting Stray Cat out yet, just because it missed every time on Kafka. Please form one party. People unlocked. Stop messing with my rose! This game is obnoxious. Another pair of earrings. This is where you get all the crime stuff, right before Crime Town. Well, in that case, yeah, let's put away the king. Alright, Edgar, keep track of Celis. I didn't move my rose again. Life. Success of crime. Someone needs to wear the spring shoes. May as well be you. One more item, one more chest. More chest. Inside of Narsh? Don't worry about that stuff in the World of Ruin. Alright, there's... You have an elixir, right? One more chest. Did I miss one of the ones in here? I may have missed one of the ones. Well, that's the box. Wonder. Could you move any faster down? Yeah, Gao just punches if you don't give him a rage. Get anything for the Rachel sequence. You want this. They sell ninja stuff here. Weird. Would need such a thing. Gosh, alright, we gotta sit through this, because there's an elixir in here. Well. It's almost your something. And it's over. It's over. Alright. And we're back. Stuff acquired. Moving on. Auto battle does not seem to be picking ranges. Oh, he has to like magically cast it? What is with your accuracy, Gao? How are you missing everything? Here, I'm gonna fix this. Stop missing things. Now. Bad child. Hero ring? Hero ring. You're not the one with an item right now. One of these Chocobo stables has an item in it. I never remember which one. So I've yet to see Stray Cat do... What an interesting choice to give you the option to take away Mode 7. Go, bird! This is obnoxious to control, though. Very well, bird. Till we meet again. We are levels, 12? Let's go. Yeah, auto battle doesn't seem to work with Gao. He will not pick the same rage he was doing last battle. Weird. There, now it is. With the sniper sight, Stray Cat is no longer broken, and you know what? I'm digging this. Good job, Chad. Boy, the clock. Boy, we did it. Oh no. Tiles. People. Siam blocked his steal. Game, you're weird sometimes. Got it. I may as well grab this item. We're here. Auto Battle will automatically input blitzes for you and choose your sword attack. But it won't pre-select the rage you were using. It's really weird. This is the wrong building. Sorry, ma'am. Locked it again. Gao takes a decade and a half to get off his rage. They really messed up Gao in here in the remaster. Like, a lot. Like, really badly. Nice. Two hidden items. What are two hidden items? Oh, the pot. Yeah, the pots. In the next section. Did Sabin just use cat scratch? What? Game, you're getting confused. Pretty sure it looks like Sabin used cat scratch there. Designed to aid in dentistry. Alright, let's see if he can land attacks without this now. Alright, do it. Yeah, no, without the sniper sight, Gao cannot land a hit with Stray Cat. Weird. Yeah, they completely broke Gao really badly in this version. A terrible company. Oh, you want to see terrible? The frames. You can count the individual frames of that guy jumping. Change you to mug. now, Gao is tedious to use in this system. So Cascade still does its thing, but I have to input it. Plus 3. 3 more. Yeah, the 2 at the top and the 1 more room. Yeah, that's they're all 3. How fast will we destroy Dataluma? Fire Knuckles, that's it. Zoom. Magnitude 8. Oh, God. Anyway. Burning Fist. That at least give more stats. No. Oh well, put it on anyway. Sure, whatever, just go. Doesn't matter. Need to get over to Gao and there, everyone go. Alright, hands off. Here we go. Team game AFK. That's you knife him. Oh my god! I didn't even get a chance to get off the goof joke I was gonna say, and then it was over. Oh goodness. Alright, well, I suppose this Chad stays behind. We'll bring this Chad and this Chad, along with the 2 Chads we're forced to bring. Chad? Chad? Right. Who are you? You know, it's like that Monty Python sketch with Bruce. Oh, her name is Chad. You call her Chad. How interesting. Your name isn't Chad? Well, that's gonna be awfully confusing. They added dialogue for Gao being in front. Why not tell people you Esper? I suppose you could come here with a solo character. They'd have to write dialogue for everyone. Chat here, fairy tale. People Espers before lived same place. Where'd you hear this fairy tale? Creeping on the outside of Moblitz? Oh, it's still go. I have to push buttons here. This may auto-scroll, so I can... Whoa. Okay. That looks awesome. This is like Mortal Kombat-esque looking at that. You know why this looks good? No sprites on the screen. To ruin the beautiful background. And then jarring yuck. There you go, Gao. Put Terra back in bed. Good child. Chad's and Esper, huh? Magitech Research Facility? Your friends there? Do I bother with Espers? I may as well call... I didn't think about this. Oh. Pushing direct is like Illusion of Gaia. Pushing directional buttons advance dialogue. I don't have to mash A. Oh, they're not here until you pick up... Okay, I need at least Rama. This is your Esper screen? This is your Esper screen. Alright. At level up. Oh, I suppose I should, at least for the level ups. Whatever, sure, whatever, fine. Damn it, nothing. Kirin doesn't do anything for you, alright. Siren HP. With 1. Alright, Chad. Magic up. Well, assuming stamina does anything, you take that. So, you know, you're about to disappear. So, no, you don't hold anything, please. Instead of getting 10 HP per level up, you get 11. Whoa! Now it's auto-scrolling. I may as well collect everything on this playthrough. I was gonna do, like, no Espers, but, let's just plow through. Collect everything, see what the game has, see what this has to offer. It could be a diamond in the rough here somewhere. Let's split up again. Which means to advance dialogue, I can actually just spin the analog stick. You know what? That's pretty alright with me. You know what? I prefer spinning the analog stick. over, Hey, Zuhan. I prefer spinning the analog stick here over actually mashing A. You don't need this. You take Kieran. Chad, you take Rama. Take that stamina for whatever that'll do for you. Enjoy. We're not going to be casting a lot in the way of magic, but please stop messing with my Rose. Oh, this game. Optimal, I don't care. You get to hold the sprint shoes. Back guard. So, Zuhan, you just missed that Illuma dying into, one round of attacks? One round, that Illuma died. Aura Bolt, Stray Cat, dead. Oh, I guess a Fang got in there too. The one round of attacks. Dead Illuma. I like that. The auto battle is interesting. It'll auto input blitzes for you. It will not auto select a rage that you picked previously. So in order to use Gao, I do have to select that rage. And apparently his rages, all of Gao's attacks have 0% accuracy. It whiffed 10 times in a row. There's no accuracy, so he has to wear the sniper sight or he's useless. Alright, first time in Jidor. One item in this plate. Is there an elixir? No, though. There's a tincture up in the up the top, right? Weird. Weird. You sell scrolls. Why are you impossible? What is ninja? What is ninja? We don't have a ninja. We haven't seen a ninja yet in this game. Weird. Back guard? Back guard? No back guard. Where the heck's a back guard in this version? Yeah, this is the one item. There we go. What? How is the SNES so smooth and this so choppy and just bad? Maria. I'm Maria. I'm Chad. Everyone just calls him Master. Huh. Born on a farm, son? The background did not like the scroll. At all. That looks bad. That'd be Chad. it too early to do Opera House? Or Auction House? Opera House. Auction House. Yep. Alright, no opera, no auction yet. Alright. We got into an encounter every few steps in Zozo, but... on the world map, though. He loves a climax. I have played Brave New World so many times. I played Vanilla a lot, but now I'm just keep looking at how long we've been going. I'm like, man, it's only been 3.5 hours. Zoom. Well, let's see what the opera looks like. Why are we back to tiny font? You have so much screen. Why are you using tiny font? White font on a kind of white gray background. Ah, this game. I refuse to believe that anybody playtested this and went and didn't be like, hey, that's bad. They got an actual orchestra. Alright. Oh, look, the Pixel Remaster could afford an audience for the opera. They're not just performing for the impresario. But, we're up in the nosebleeds, though. We're the only ones in the nosebleeds. They couldn't afford an orchestra, though. It's all standing double basses. War between the East and the West, growing more violent by the day. Draco, a soldier from the West, thinks of his love, Maria, back at home. That looks pretty good. This is looking pretty good. Still with the tiny text boxes. Tiny text, but... the colorful stage thing they're doing here for being an opera, that kind of works with the colorful sprite. The rest of the game doesn't. You know what? I'm gonna give him a pass on the clouds.
Oh, Maria.
Real people singing. Oh, look at that. Angles. It's supposed to be a production. So they... So, yeah, it makes sense that the background isn't perfect. It's the only show in all the land. No one said it's great. If I were by your side. I can do just as good a job, Squeenix. Pay me. And I'll even make it sound like I'm actually missing someone. I'll give you emotion. I'll give you feeling. Hope this works. Why is everyone singing? Ba, 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 ba. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da. The late now it just looks straight up like he's every time he talks to Celis, he looks at her breast and then back up at her eyes. I'm not gonna check. No. I mean, not if she. To be fair, not if she's looking me in the eyes. You gotta be a little more polite than that. Oh, wow, this looks great. And then the itty bitty font. You have so much screen to work with! Give me a Star Wars scroll or something. Okay, I said this looks nice, and then the pastel Celis walks on the screen, who doesn't fit this tone at all. So I'm not rolling my eyes because they changed the words. I'm rolling my eyes because the original wah 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 Charlie Brown's like voice they had reverb on it, so it sounded like you were actually singing in an opera house. This sounds like she's singing like in her car. Oh, QTEs. And the tiny text up in the corner. What? 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 I pushed the stupid QTE. What do you... I don't know. There was a QTE. It said press A for flower. I pushed A for flower. She auto walked up. She auto danced. She auto walked. I don't know. Now I have to sit through this awful performance again. Can't skip this. I could put a reverb filter on my microphone. They couldn't do that here? I can make it sound like I'm in a cathedral. Alas, Draco.
Oh, my hero, my beloved, shall we stay?
She's a general. It's not supposed to sound amazing, but If they took away, though, you know, the Simon Says, it just made it press A. And I did. And if you're in the audience, this part would look really cool, but the moment she goes upstairs, you can no longer see her. Unless there's, like, mirrors and stuff. Like, there could be, like, strategic mirrors so you could see that she's up above, but, you're no longer able to observe what's going on until she comes back to the balcony. At this time, I'm gonna mash A. Mash A to dance. Press A once, and they do the dance. Press A for flower. This is all automatic. I pressed A twice. And press A to flower again. I pressed A. I must have been like a half second late on pressing A. This modern generation can't handle walking around. Just make it a QTE. Just press A. Press A to win. Oh gosh. I should be drinking beer is what I should be doing. Take no notice of what fate may have in store. Our love, come what may, will never age a day. I'll wait forevermore. I'll wait for you always. Anyway, it's over. Alright, so, not a fan of the new opera scene. The sprites look really stiff. They're not moving together. They're not moving together, they're more like nudging each other. Like you take two magnets positively charged at the same points and just kind of nudge a magnitude. That's what it looks like. The orchestra's doing a good job. Will Ultra survive more than one round of attacks? An entire orchestra of double basses, yeah! Font for ants. Why the big pause?
Insolent rogue, knave of the western hall, you would address my queen to be Maria. Sure you have Maria's hand. I
would die before that day comes.
Then it's a duel.
Now loading. Game. Game, you can't put a load screen there. You can't disrupt the flow of the opera. Preload it, please. Do you believe the SNES that could handle this way better? Gosh, ridiculous. You messed with my rose again, didn't you? No, you didn't. Thank you. Bacteria, no! I put the volume up for the opera and then regretted it. Forgot to lower that back down. There we go. Alright. Moving on. Yeah, you know what, whatever, just go. It's not gonna matter. Bloop. Okay. Boss time. Alright, off you go. Have fun, guys. Very polite for Acid Rain to only hit one side of the party. Boarded again! That was 2 aura bolts? So 2 waves of attacks? I miss Brave New World. Good thing she had those clothes on underneath her opera clothes. Right, I can advance dialogue just by spinning the analog stick, because directions move advanced dialogue as well. Never quite understood why they gave you control there again. Just to take one step up and talk. Why not just continue the cutscene? Things fall, they fall. That's a good subtext. That'd be a good subtitle for this game. Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. When things fall, they fall. This is the world's only flying airplane, or like airship outside of the IAF. What are the spotlights for? Just for show? Chivo unlocked. Taking off. As usual in every version of the game. Oh, they didn't strip Chad naked for that event. Huh. How about that? As usual, there's actually no use for Celis anywhere. Or you at least you have your espers, right? Yeah, everyone's equipped. Are warp stones always that expensive? Huh. Anything interesting here? Venom Claw. Bastard Sword. And ninja stuff for... who knows? Who knows why? I don't know, we haven't seen any ninjas in this game, so... weird. 2 boxes, 4 items. There's 2 boxes. I'm not sure I know where all the items are in this. Oh, here's your, this is the Bard's hat. Did never buy... I never equipped the ninja gear. I bought one and never put it on. Well... well, poo. I bought you pants. Instead, you just left you in leather. Yeah, it's fine. It's not like it's made a difference. Where are there 4 items in here? There's 1 here. Is there an elixir clock here? No? There are items I'm not familiar with here. 3 more. Just sitting around somewhere. In the bar? See anywhere where it could be. Not here. Alright, there's a clock, yeah. 2 more. Alright, you can just buy reflect rings in this. Yeah, brave new world. That's what my head. 2 more. One of these has something to poke. What about this? Yeah, okay. 1 more somewhere. In the item shop? I didn't look there. One more item. I'm not given anything in the cutscene later. Oh, down by the ship? Oh. No ticket. Anyway. Cutscenes are for chumps. Alright, moving on. Or cutscenes. Battles are for chumps. The encounter rate on the world map, not particularly high. Sounded like Scream. Oh, this... Alright, this upcoming music. Here we go. Alright, I'm okay with this. What are you doing, chat? He's recasting. I have a better job for you there. Lunatic voice. Effect. Get you in the back row. We're moving. How you doing, Baboon? And get you in the back row, because you're not helping. Everything here has a really high physical defense. I'm gonna pick a better rate, a different rate for Gal. And that was with having to redo the opera because the QTEs. I didn't understand what it was asking for at first, so I missed it by like a second. Alright, let's look. What else do we have? I have no idea what any of these do. I don't even, they changed the name of the creatures too, so I really have no idea what these do. Into a cloud. Whatever, be a cloud. There. Cloud should work. Free Thundara. Well, if you're gonna spam thunder, then let's move you off of this. There we go. Here's a facility build that I can just autopilot. Underblade. With earrings, with double earrings. These guys are quite terrifying. Alright, so in vanilla there was a bug where you're allowed to run away from the Ifrit and Shiva fight when they're swapping. So you poke them 5 times, then you leave, and if anyone can escape from the fight, you win. Who wants to bet that whether or not they fix that or not? Or if I can still just bugger off from Ifrit and Shiva. Celis Chad doing what she does best, stand there and defend. You have nothing else to do. Sure, who wants a shield? Can you wear gold? You wear gold. Enjoy gold. Why are you using Thundara, Chad? I did not ask you to use Thundara. So auto battle messes up sometimes. That's the second time that someone else used Gao's move. Previously, Sabin Chad used Cat Scratch. They need to do some patches on this. No one who enjoyed Sabin, who enjoyed Gao tested this game. Can anyone jump in this? Anyone can jump in this. Hey, Celis. Got something new for you to do. Up to the sky! Chad learned a lot. Considering how Celis Chad doesn't know Thundara, and we saw her just cast it, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. The pointers are getting messed up thanks to auto battle. I would say you could look forward to them fixing it, but who knows if they will. You also can't auto battle. Oh, yes! The jump bug is in this too! What a lazy thrown together game. Here, take the old hand-me-down kung fu suit. You heard it, Leather. Here, have some iron, whatever. Immediately obsolete that. But when the sword procs, Celis just stays up front. I wonder if I can get her to slide up front progressively and work her way across the screen. Oh, look at that. That's, you know what, this is kind of neat. Hey, she's done learning Siren. Do you want to move her over? The answer is no, but I appreciate that you're willing to tell me this. Hey, Mithril Pants. Goodbye! God damn. Oh, Chad. Celis Chad just did the attack that Gao Chad was supposed to do. And it took away his rage. Yeah, he had to re-rage because Celis took it away. And now she's casting his Thundara. This game is so broken. It's his ass. Oh, now Sabin Chad is just throwing up a Thundara. To be fair, with double earrings, his Thundara is pretty terrifying. He's up to 30 magic. And that's Zypher Cape. We get a bug report going. Yeah, none of Gao's rages, none of his physical attacks can hit. I wonder if it's because unarmed attacks can't hit, and he is unarmed? Because he doesn't have any weapons, so they just never think to put that in? Nah. We're doing fine. Just go. We've got the children surrounded. Yeah, screw that one in particular. That's all the boxes. Let's go. But they're apparently mass-producing Guardians. I guess these would be like the proto-armors? Alright, so first, before we actually fight them for real, I want to see if this is still bugged the heck out. Restore point. How about that? What is this, a game full babies? Just go. First, confirm the run button. There we go. Now you say that, but... So 1. 2. Runic was very fast. They can't run away. It's very delayed. Oh wait, Ifrit, why are you over there now? Ifrit, why are you over there now? Did they add new gimmicks to this boss fight in particular? Alright, there's the prompt. So what do I have to do to get Shiva there? Okay. So they seem to have taken that out. Alright, well, finish me off, will ya? Please and thank you. I'll fight you for real. Not like you're gonna be much of a fight, but... I wanted to see if we could still escape from this fight. Fight me. I did not put the sniper sight on, so that won't do anything. Oh well. Yep. Gallows attacks have 0% accuracy. This game is trash. This game is grossly made. Oops. Oh, okay. Well. There's an attack. Fire dance looks pretty cool. Who are you? Whoop! Slides in. Oh wait, no, we had switched you over to ice. Whatever. Strength +1. Yeah, for you. And one of you is not learning anything, right? Whoever has Kieran. Yeah, there you go. And Shiva teaches you nothing. Okay. Suppose Osmos? Sure. Gentlemen. Archer engines. Does look cool. Oh my! Right, plan. Not Brave New World. Tramper. Fire Dance does not suffer from split damage. Game? We got mathed. That's the first time I've seen math. We've seen math in this. Alright. There it goes. And there's your break blade. Destroyer. Hello, cat. Here, Oswald. Oswald. Say hi, Oswald. What's up? Wanna go ahead? Okay. Bye, Oswald. Thanks for visiting. Nice. Chad is giving Chad time to get the crime done. While Chad fishes for procs. Like that. And slides forward. Oh, there's a fight. Boss time. Okay. No gimmicks in this fight, just go. Ow. Nice. Twice. Goodbye. Alright, your gimmick just doesn't start right away. Okay. Alright, so now... Probably could have burst him down if Gao didn't decide to kill the party. There we go. Off we go. It does look nice in most places. No. The sprites do not match the game whatsoever. Are you the boss in vanilla that we could do this to? Yes, okay. There's my room, Blade. Off we go. Oh, you can get a blood sword from him? Yeah, Dataluma died in one round. Ultros died in 2 rounds. Well, he doesn't begin his weakness thing for a few turns. Rare steals on bosses. What a bad game design. Obtain Magisat. Woohoo! General chat. Another map or another section where I just spin the analog stick and off we go. So in Brave New World, you'd be roughly around the Battle of Narsh. On a first playthrough, 4.5 hours in. Maybe a little beyond. I feel like we're already set up. It's fine. Let's look for any better espers. Anything that'll actually get me anything. Health, strength, magic. What makes what go faster? This game is just very easy. The fact that bosses die in one hit, 2 hits. What are you equipped with? It doesn't tell you who you're wearing. Weird. Yeah. Dad gets strength 2. Dad gets magic 1. And Chad gets magic as well. But you're already wearing magic. There you go. Because you're going to be... Your blitzes are all magical. You're punching. Well, here you're not punching. Here you're still throwing up Thundaras. And the game being the game having press nothing to win is alright. Except for Gao. For whatever reason, auto battle doesn't work with Gao. Huh. I didn't even think about what this section would look like with... Oh, that's muddy. It looks okay. You do crime. Okay, and off we go. Oh, Gao is also broken as heck in that sometimes his allies will do his move instead of him. We had Sabin use Cat Scratch and Celis throw up Thundaras. Celis didn't know Thundara. This is taking a while to get moving. It's weird to be encouraged to bring your thief along and slam it at everything. Oh, it looks nice, but then everything seems to have a bit of a slowdown when it tries to turn. Whoa. See, now Sabin is casting Thundara. Sabin doesn't know Thundara. And when somebody else does that, it kicks Gao out of his rage. So then I have to reselect his rage. Because he's no longer raging. Someone else did it instead. It's really weird. Alright, steal me a Tempest, please. You get clued. It's not letting me select my person. Thank you. Gosh. This is fine. This will slow down how fast you kill him. I'll mug him. Dad, please. have until Chad solves it to steal from him. Chad! Oh, not to mention... have I met... I don't know if I mentioned it lately how stupid it is that all of the rages have zero... The physical attacks have 0% accuracy. Without a sniper sight, Stray Cat will not hit a target. Now let's just keep spamming your big F-off attack. Alright, go for it. That's how the arms regenerate. They swoop in from off screen. Well, finish the fight. We were holding back so he could do crime, but crime is horribly unreliable in this, even with the Thief Club and the sneak ring, whatever it's called in this. Oh, we're coming to a crawl. We're making our escape. Quick, take a nap. It would let you just... It would let you just walk back into the facility. Well, it's shaking. I've never actually tried to walk back in. Weird. Charge. It was shaking in this too. Okay, so, yeah, I'm gonna get down there. Okay, so let's move you back to your preferred setup of Sniper Eye, and there's it, the Power Glove. And front row. Not that it'll matter, but yeah. Maybe we could still not a defibrillator, is it a defibrillator? I forget what it's called. The one that gives an enemy a weakness. Debilitator, yeah. Okay. That's what I was like, defibrillator doesn't sound horribly off. Debilitator. Forget what Vanilla's Crane's gimmick is. Brave New World took out the gimmick. Brave New World said, alright, they're just machines, just go. Doesn't matter. You've done enough, you fought enough bosses in a row. I think I spent, in the original low-level, no equipment, natural magic run of this for 2 decade ago, more than, this is the boss, the Cranes, I spent more time than any other fight on. Why are we staggered? Just for show? Alright, go get him. Whoa, oh my god! This is what they use all the text space on? Why are we getting itty-bitty font everywhere? Like on the right, Chad's slot, itty-bitty font, and then giant chocobo. Giant slots. What is this? Oh, he takes his normal position in this fight. How do you target everyone in a pincer attack? Okay, L1. Alright, off you go. Came in like a wrecking ball. And he kills himself? The other one's, my brother's dead, must suicide. Oh, and this looks like ass. Look how fat that airship is. What a badonk. The crane just kills itself. I'm worried about Chad, too. This gives more of a feel of it being of a blimp. Why is the shadow red? I put a red shadow on it. The matricide. Anyway, back to spinning the analog stick. Alright, it's not letting me pop open the map. Or the menu. That's too bad. Let's let her rest and meet. But the event flag is actually talking to her. Does sound particularly ethereal. Hey, Evan. Yeah, Elden Ring. You got magic. You got beasts, and you got a lot of people mad at opening day jitters and bugs. And that's how babies are made, kids. I chose their name for her. What is it? Chad. It's beautiful, isn't it? The remaster, it broke a lot of things so far they need to fix. The soundtrack is great, except for the opera. The opera is terrible. Let's see. All the sprites, the backgrounds are really pretty and nicely redone, and the sprites don't match it whatsoever. The sprites are pastel and kind of blurred along the edges and stretched, and they don't match the somber, darker tones of the background at all. They even changed how it worked on your end. The one track everyone would be super stoked to hear, and that's the one that fell flat on its face. I think that would be a good way to describe how the singing felt. Flat. You're singing in an opera house. The wah 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 of the NES had more reverb, making it sound like an opera house than that. Oh, they didn't. Her name's not Madonna in this, it's Madeline. Human woman and a babe? A human and a babe. Ah, he's a pedophile. He didn't say a baby, a babe. Oh, a babe. Oh, better than I ever imagined. Not allowed to hit Celis, but he's allowed to hit her mom. Make up your mind, game. Are you censoring these things or not? We did just watch two people make a baby. A human woman and a Chad? Don't worry, we'll never have to experience her terrible gimmick from Vanilla. Oh god, why does this part look so bad? Maybe it'll do the same thing the Chocobo does and give me a chance to turn off Mode 7. F me like a rake, baby. Alright. Everyone, get naked. Time to put the good people in the party. Let's go. I need child. Chad. Other Chad and new Chad. You know what? I'll keep crime around. I'm cool with crime. Well, they kept the, the sprite. His brother acts like Johnny Bravo. Alright, so, front row. You need to get your magic set up. So, or no, not your punch set up. Sniper sight and Gigas glove. Glove, headband, ninja gear. Alright, you're done. For crime, you want speed, right? Best you can. Take your crime glove. You're not actually doing crime, so... You hold the sprint shoes, because who cares? And it doesn't matter what you wear, because you're actually a wizard. Of all things, you are our wizard. So earrings and earrings. Shield, sandals, and hero ring. Now abilities, you need. Oh, it didn't. I said unequip everyone, and it did not unequip the espers. That's kind of rude. I said everyone. How dare you ignore me? Alright, you, sir. Yeah, you take that from Chad. This Chad, find something else to do? Yeah, take strength. Sure. Let's go. Oh, this looks so bad. Alright, can I push? A light? A is a light. What is a light? Alright, hold on, I need to Google that. What is... I don't know what that word is. Descend. It's supposed to... Oh, no, it's... Is this supposed to tell me where I can... Yeah, it's telling you where I can't land. So Chocobos let me toggle whether I feel like doing Mode 7 or not. This does not. This makes me fly like this. Alright. There is one or two I'd like to see. I will give it like 3 battles and then move on. Hold on. Whoops. Huh. Well, I guess if the RNG is going to actually decide what you get out of slots, then I guess auto battling the slots doesn't make a difference then. I need my child back. Child, get back here. You haven't failed a slot yet. Thank you. God, it's so tedious. Because if you have any attacks queued up when the child reappears, they will actually still proceed, and you will smack the child. What's over here in vanilla? I don't even remember. Wait, what? Why did you go to land and then... That was weird. Oh, we could go recruit Mog. I thought Tangier was up here, but I seem to remembered incorrectly. Or he's a rare encounter, which is gross and bad. Small bear, let's go. You're about to force terror into my party, right? This is Seal Gate time? So small child, Sabin, that's the 2 hard carries. Terra's forced, and I was thinking Setzer for passive heals, but Setzer hasn't failed a slot yet. No. Zoom. Guess I could at least look at these other 2 towns, huh? Since we ignored them. 2 items. One's here. Others here. Well, this is a lot less dramatic in this version. Is this a Pepe Le Pew skit? What's going on here? Anyway, moving on. Hold on, land. I'm gonna poke this Chocobo stable. Get it on my list of visited. Yeah, if you don't manually select a rage, Gal will just punch. Making rage something he has to activate. And cast the spell. $3,000 smackers. It's yours. Does this teach anything? No. Oh, moving on. Do you sell a back card? No. You can buy black belts, man. What a world. Oh, this bird stable. Alright, Seal Cave. We need Terra. Let's go get Terra. Let's go. Okay, they thought of it. Was curious what the dialogue was if you try to bring her there alone. You're required. Be so kind as to stop doing that. Fine, have something. I don't care. Moving on. Alright, you get to wear the sprint shoes then, actually. We feel the need. Speed! Can't rage while imped. Weird. Why can't I rage while imped? Alright, whatever. Have green cherries or somewhere, yeah. Why does everything take so long? You call it trance in this? It's trance. Chaz stood back up and then fell down. It just... That enemy has Firaga. Firaga. There, now we can... What did you jump with that healed that guy? Wow. The organization in this is... It's something. What did you attack with? Apparently he absorbs fire. Go stone. There's a dagger. Boxes and 4 something else. I guess the ninja stuff is all spread out. Oh, Guild Toss. Alright. That's where you get Guild Toss in vanilla? Don't think I ever used it, but... Oh, there's Joker Death. Thanks, Joker Doom. Being a Chad there, buddy. I have Phoenix Downs. The 3 boys of the Firaga family? No, I haven't seen that yet. But I just got my first Joker Doom. Censor Chad there decides to destroy my party. Fortunately, Terra was in the air when that happened, and it didn't affect her while she was in the air. Yeah, they use Furaga. It's a little early in the game for that. Looks nice. And some passive healing. Very passive, but there it is. Diamond ducks. Oh yeah. Just roll bar, bar, bar. Yeah, I like it. So Aura Cannon is your holy magic attack, and I'm building Sabin as a wizard. He does good work as a wizard. Because I think he only has two physical attack blitzes. There's another Genji glove. Well, I mean, you don't have a ninja, so we haven't even seen a ninja in this game. There's a phantom. Roll some more magicite. I don't even remember where they all are. I usually only get the one. Meteor Strike is suplex in this. But yeah, pummel and suplex. And there's Bahamut. Thanks, Chad. Save often. Let's beat up a ninja. Why not? I mean, it dies in one hit, so. Mysidian Rabbit didn't remove Vanish. Weird. Huh. They did. And on the Phantom Train, they were sparkling. Yeah, on the Phantom Train, the hidden things were sparkling. The tent and the other one, I forgot what it was. God, haven't found it back. Haven't found where they sell back cards yet. Well, since easy, we got a Joker Doom. Killed everyone in the party except for Chad, who was in the air. But we managed to avoid it. Nice. So, 293. I wonder if that's actually what it is, because in vanilla, that's not. But the text that pops up is not what it actually gives you. Damn. Look at that, Mistadian Rabbit not removing Vanish. Good job. Sarah's helping. Oh, now Gal's just gonna punch because I didn't tell him what rage to use. I do like that whenever a sword procs from jump, your person stays forward. Like, doesn't go back to their spot. See, if a boss fight were to last more than 2 rounds, we might be able to see if, we can get someone to slide all the way across the screen. Air support. That's a very talented crew. There's the ultimate weapon. Sure. Swear it, who cares? Do I have an extra green beret for you? Nope. Well, don't worry about it. Tempted to move Chad over to a magical usage, because since it requires wielding the sniper sight, otherwise the moves will always miss. He's missing out on a lot of damage. Or I just don't care and it's doing good enough as is. There's Sabin using there's Sabin using Cat Scratch instead of Gao. And there's our second Joker Doom. You hit me, I scratch you back. I do like that Sabin's Cat Scratch procced fire from his claws. Counting on you, Chad. Want to wish you good luck. Give them Chad and they'll open the gate for us. We have to keep Kefka busy until Chad gets through the gate. Will I get a move? Oh, this looks like terrible. How did they downgrade so much from the SNES? Like a lot of these seem like placeholder animations that they just never went back and changed and made look better. Alright, and we're back. And we're done with Terra for now. Eh, not really. Oh, here's your 3 lich fight you want. You love baboon? Ah. Ow. 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 Stop it. Oh, they absorb fire. Well. Undead boys absorbing fire. Sure, why not? No? Let's try this again. So accustomed to Brave New World, can't even get through my head here that everything absorbs fire. Vector. What's your vector, Victor? Roger, Roger. This doesn't look nice at all. Just being so freaking choppy does not convey the ship losing control. Feels like I'm playing a Windows 95. Yeah, I don't need to sell stuff yet. Give me bird feathers, please. I save enough cash for a bird. Yes, good. This. Alright, back to fighting you guys. So let's give you back your earrings and your hero ring. There it is. It still works. Still works. Gets rid of the guy. Lost your will to fight. But first, talk to all my men. Food will be ready in 4 minutes. You're cutting it a little close there. One soldier. The tiniest font. One soldier. Bad decision from the design department. Got him. Alarm earring. I think that's the back guard. Jeez, that goes on Terra. awfully polite in this one section where I guess the game can't handle having NPCs moving when battle stuff when you enter a room. Game, really. The enemy was dead. Why are you still trying to do moves? Who want peace? Yeah! That is my preferred dialogue for that line.
Get out of my face.
With a lot of time to spare. Oh, a free Gale hairpin. One guy to go. That was supposed to be the last one. Who did I miss? Oh, there's probably one guy in the infirmary I missed. Together. I can't believe it. Two. Okay, back to the infirmary. Who did I overlook walking around here? You. There you go. There's number two. The guy's sleeping. Done for 2 minutes? Alright, well, oh, you can just end it early. Nice. That's awfully polite. I don't know if that's in the base game. Usually I enjoy myself when I'm playing Final Fantasy VI. General Chad. We are all Chad. This is disorienting and gross. The font on the bottom is different than the font on top. principles. See you at Albrook. Did it unequip everyone? No. Rude as hell. An award bangle. Oh man, Moogle Charm in this game, right. That's gonna be nice. Gonna be able to just run through pretty much all of the world of Ruin and ignore it all. Yes. Chance one of you guys will. No. I have to go all the way back to the airship then, huh? I want my stuff. And there's no bird in, well, there's a bird up here. Bird back to the airship, empty everyone's stuff, and hope that it counts the people who aren't here. Does that give me back all my earrings? Yes. Good, okay, so that worked. A lot of these animations are dumb. You poof in a puff of smoke. If you're gonna do that, when the smoke is up, you turn around and run. You don't wait till the smoke is cleared and then bugger off. I have no idea what's in this in vanilla. Nothing irreplaceable. Chivo unlocked. Smart Saver. For gaining 40,000 gil, maybe? Who knows? There's still one more item in this town, right? Something just sitting in a locker. In a crate somewhere. Go see if it's down here. By the boat. Use an item? Yes, there we go. Somehow, this guy and his dog made his way down here to the southern continent. I'm a man who left his name behind. People call me. It's the first time you're to talk to him. Your first time, Shadow. Oh, that'd be... This is the first time you're forced to talk to this man. Oh god, they all could have been forms of Chad. Chadger. Chad S. Tomorrow. Chad, yeah. Chad, Chadmore, Chadmost. Chadraga, Chadraja. Ciao. And then what? Just ciao. Ciao, ciao. Hasn't quite got the D part down. Have you been going for more than 6 hours, Baboon? So we've been at this for 541? Yeah. Let's roll. Will we get a fight with Shadow? This is the PC version of the Pixel Remaster. Or you mean like you're playing like the bad looking like iOS version that went to PC on Steam? Because this is pretty bad looking overall too. If we took the sprites off the screen, this would look pretty nice. You got kicked out of the Hobby Lobby for dipping your balls in the glitter? Pretty nuts, huh? At least someone just texted me. Pretty good. everything moves in this so slow in this game that isn't your character, except for this boat, which is booking it. Alright. I'll go with Chad. Chad, you go with Chad and Chad. Chad? Chad? Come on, Chad, let's go. Yeah, the original sprites were darker and would fit all of this. Like, the bugs, with all the bugs that keep happening with Gao, and it would be... I'd be able to overlook that, hoping they would fix it. If the sprites didn't look so bad. And if, I don't know, maybe, maybe if the font wasn't so bad looking. Grab the strike. Get him, Chad. Goodbye. We have 6 items to find. There's one here. No one will sell to me, right? Oh yeah. Never mind. Thought no one would sell to me. What did that say? Absorbs Earth. And rods. Trying to think of where the other ones are. There's one in Strago's place. The extra memento ring. Let Chad go. Maybe when I get to the Coliseum, I have rename cards. Maybe I'll rename them all. Realm looks very different. Strago looks very different. They both look very different. Strago's looks a little wild there. Or more. Gosh, there's stuff everywhere. You don't even have a clock, sir. Oh, I guess... No, you're not counting the burning house. The grave's already there. They drew the entire map. They didn't draw 2 different maps. Does this implying that they buried Leo on top of someone else? There's the main graveyard. There's Leo's grave. They have it dug and ready to go. Yeah. I'm gonna consider that rude. Yeah, you weren't there a moment ago, child. Came from this direction. Alright, so there's 2 more. True. That is true. Where are those? Where is it? Like in here? This. Is there a hidden box in Thamasa I never knew about? Or is it counting the World of Ruin, Ebbets? It might be counting the Ebbets Rock stuff. Like those prizes. I feel like Strago's goofy sprite doesn't even match the rest of the like pastel sprites that are in this game. Like Strago was designed for a different game altogether. Bad's in there. She was on fire, then the house was on fire. Flames be gone. All right, and we're back. I want you to learn Osmos, but we'll do that on the belt. You have the bubbles, you have revenge, you have stamina. This old man knows the bubbles, he knows how to get mad, and he can throw a rock. That's our hero. Stop auto putting my people in the front row. Actually, Chad can be in the front row. Old man opens his mouth and out comes a flood. Whoosh. Pretty sweet animation for the old man blowing bubbles. I remember. Oh, not there yet. Nice. Always take the door on the right. At least first. Cool. I like it. If he dies, he dies. Who cares? Here we go. Wait. May as well put the ice brand on. We have 2 of them. There, enjoy. Go, Dad! Good job, Dad. Free flame time. Good job, Chad. Nice. Oh, and rods don't cost MP in this. Right. How about that? Kung Fu Strago. Back at it. Yeah! Poke him. You got this. Okay, and we're back. Still 2 more items somewhere. Weird. Would have given this major props if it let me rename the dog. So silly. Alright, that's 6 hours, that's the masa. Yeah, right at midnight. With the clock, with the timer at 0:00. Our child... We'll continue, finish this another time. Thanks for watching.